Claim. Okay. So, yeah. 5 minutes early. I still can't get over that. I set my schedule from 4:30 to 8:30 on Twitch, and I was so out of it for a long time. And then, when I would think back, I would be like, "Oh yeah, it's from 5:30." So it's like every now and then, when I was close to getting on 5:30, I'd be like, "Man, I almost made it on time." And if I had ever made it on time, it would have been an hour late in actuality. But yeah, I got my fingers crossed. I got some lag going on here, trying to get through things. I need to get, a big failing that I have is like this, is each time I play, I should be reading my comic book, so I will get through all of them. Now, let's see. This is where they put in. Okay, so the last frame that I was on is they go through all that build-up of Prince Violent, putting on his armor, and the guy's getting all ready to tilt, as they said. And then, what happens next? The whole first look at that mess collapses like a pack of cards. So that we read that. All right. So, though Viol is pinned fast by his prodigious armor, he is made of sturdier stuff. Look at that. Quicker than it takes to tell, his right index finger, which is free, wriggles forward. With a wild cry, the index finger leaps upon the enemy's index finger. Both hands roll over and over, thrashing up a cloud of dust which hides the fearful combat. All through the afternoon they battle, but finally, due to Viol's clean living 100% Americanism, and he doesn't bite his nails, he doth get a grip that his enemy cannot breaketh, and Viol wins the thumb wrestle. Thumb wrestling. Prince Violent is then summoned to the fabulous round table where King Arthur sitteth with his knights to discusseth battles, to discusseth glorious deeds. I'm exemplifying. To discusseth victories, but mainly to playeth cards. I guess they said if we put the ETH on every discuss, it's not gonna fit in the little thing. So that's probably why he didn't say discusseth. All right. I'm thinking about how things are going. We have issues with, like, I talked with my daughter's godmother about this, and my wife, has a tendency, because of her health condition, she procrastinates on everything. So if, like, for a while, we would try to, more than a year, we tried to like clean the dining room table. Yeah, we have a kitchen. The kitchen's long. It's got a glass door that opens on a deck, and we have this long dining room table, which before the pandemic, I mean, right. I was kind of more of a people person than have big crowds of people over kind of guy, and so I had an 8-chair table in there. And my wife was like, it's too hard to clean, so she would take the leaves out of it. But, I bought an 8-leaf table because in my household, I was like, you did stuff on the table. A lot of times eating, like growing up, we would have a TV tray. And we'd have the TV tray with our food on it, and the table would have a jigsaw puzzle on it or something. The bigger the better. So, numerous. It's like at first, it's like I would come home and she'd take the leaves out of the table and shorten the table down and move everything into the corner or whatever. They're like, oh no, well, I put those there for a reason because I use the table space and don't ever do that, boy. She is furious. So then I told her, okay, well, just do whatever you want, and then after you do it, I'll go and I'll put it back like it was. And we can just peacefully be against each other until you have a very strong position, okay? I had a position that I took. That's why I bought the table, is for the space. And for a long time, I would clean every morning, get up early, 4:30 in the morning, because I had to be on the road at 6:30. A minute later than 6 and I would be late to work because I had to be in the door at the building at 7:30. So that's down by the airport, and I'm in Snellville. And I would get up every morning, set up a video camera, wash all the dishes, clean the table off, get all the plates off the table, wash everything, put everything in the dishwasher and stuff. Day in and day out, the same thing, dishes piled on the table, dishes piled on the sink every day. And, Zinni helped too, the daughter's godmother, she would. But finally, Zinni was like, as soon as I clean off the countertop, she throws more stuff on. I'm not gonna do that forever. And I was like, yeah, I understand. And finally, that's what I did too. I would just and bugs and stuff would come. But finally, I asked myself, I was like, well, okay, this big table is covered with food and dirty dishes every single day, spilled stuff. Oh, it's Honey. Okay, she wants a control point clash. Hey, Honey. Oh, no. I'm not. Yeah. She likes me. That's why she wants to go 1 versus 1. She's got a helix, right? I don't have any weapon like that. If there's any open space, I can't get to her, so she can just sit there until the end. Anyway. I also, and I think I sent her a message. I said, I should go back and tell her again. I run support, Max. Babe. I can't. Let's see what she's got in here. 1 versus 1. All right. Let's go over and talk to Honey here for a second. I don't want to be pissed off. I told you before, I'm also scared of your dang helix track, girl. Scared of it. Can't walk around or nothing. I'll be a weaponized and nuclearized. You kidding me? That's how you tell a girl likes you, man. She will not stop. Come on, come on. I'm gonna beat you. I need to get music going. Wish me luck. God, can't. Well, anyway, back to the story. Free coughing. I'm gonna have some free cough drops, not free coughing drops. La 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 la. Gee, the nerve of some people. Sorry about that. He's just strolling along, you know. La, la, la. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Hey man, what's going on? Nobody want to come see me over here, darling? You know I love you. Come on. Oh, yeah, child. This moon man. You want to come walking down here after shooting me down in cold blood, man. That is just some nerve of people. That's what they got, is some nerve. Oh, John. I wish people would die when they're supposed to die, man. I'm tired up in here. Wait, okay. That's good. Beautiful. Are you kidding me? What kind of this guy has no vampire coin? Oh, I hope people will come. Yeah. Oh, smarty pants. Can you stay away from me? No. That's what I'm saying, man. Up in here. Stand back. Oh no. Is he gonna go for that revenge? But no, he's running over there. He got somebody else took him out. He's gonna go kill. I wanted the ranking of revenge badge drive on a bot. You know, if it's for those of you that don't know, it's like the bots when you kill them, they're programmed to come and try to get the revenge coin, the revenge badge. So you hit a bunch of them, you really look for them to come your way. Because but if they're being popped by other people, they will. I don't know how they rank that. You know, it's like I have noticed empirical evidence that if you pop a particular bot over and over again, they'll be more and more. It seems. And I've got video of this, that they get more and more stupid trying to get to you. Somehow it kind of ranks up, it prioritizes. But anyway, I didn't finish my story about the table, the dining room table. It's like, finally, and this goes into, you know, my human rights work. I work for Antifa groups, you know, and anti-Klan, and for about 4 years I worked in cooperation with federal law enforcement and the Southern Poverty Law Center to counter organizing violent hate groups in the South and in support of civil rights. I did that. And after doing it for 4 years, you know, I saw some people do it because they also hate. It's like, you know, Batman and the Joker. and I got out of it. Also, it was dangerous, eventually. Local people recognized me and stuff like that. Knew I was on the other side. I could pass off as, easily as a white cracker boy that they would really like. I could pass off real easy as that. And for some reason, I guess it's maybe the number of psychoanalysts in my pedigree has something to do with it in the family of psychoanalytics. People, including, white supremacists and Nazis, have always been really forthcoming with me. Feel that they could open up to me and tell. And people generally often said to me, I have trouble writing a book, but I what I should do is when I'm around you, I can open up and say so much that I should just, I should just get on the phone with you and record our conversations and then just transcribe that into my book. That's how, I get that kind of thing. But eventually I got out of that work, and I worked with environmental groups, and I donated to Sierra Club and Heifer, I was involved with Heifer. And I worked with extensively, I did lobbying for East Timor Action Network, and had worked with a number of Amnesty groups and received numerous awards from Amnesty International for human rights work, and worked on some prominent cases, the case of Ken Saro-Wiwa, which we lost, and worked on the case of Mordecai Vanunu, getting him to be a prisoner of conscience, and I worked on arms monitoring. Amnesty International had a program at that time where they have groups of volunteers that gather information on the use of weapon systems that are transferred to various people around the world, and if Amnesty can gather information that certifies that these weapons are misused or used in the course of human rights violations, then the organization will formally oppose the transfers. So I did all that. I worked with Amnesty. Group 75 got a number of awards, and I had told my wife that, but when she got over here, she was like, screw people, and I don't want to be associated with you. You're going to get me in trouble, right, by writing letters to heads of state and stuff like that. So what does this have to do with the dining room table? Well, what I finally decided is I'm going to get back into, first I promote education and reading, knowledge of other cultures, right? So on my book stream, I encode bots. I do animations of bots reading books. David MCB1, please like and subscribe. But also, since she banned me from doing Amnesty letter writing group, I did go up the road to Starbucks on my own a couple of times, but I didn't get any takers. And I don't know, Amnesty's got a bad internal reputation. The working conditions there internally are bad. And to me, I think Amnesty is such a big thing that could be well penetrated by intelligence services that are, sabotaging it, that kind of thing. Agent provocateur, right? Overrun with that. It could be that's the problem. But still, I've started encoding the annual human rights reports of Amnesty International. And I thought that they were of particular historic interest because they really start when my life starts. I think Amnesty International actually started when I was born, or just the year before I was born. So what does this have to do with the dining room table? Well, instead of letting it be a place of trash and garbage every single day. And I've got videos of this. I'm gonna put them up at some point. It's just like, girl, you need to listen to your doctor, man, because you got either godparents that she can't keep up with it, I can't keep up with it, and I told her she shouldn't have to do all this housework herself. I say, if you always gotta be cleaning up stuff, and she does more thinking about cleaning up than cleaning up. She just gets wore out thinking about, I got so much cleaning to do, I'm gonna put this cleaning off till later. And that's how it gets out of hand. It's like you should just clean automatically without thinking. Like, you use one spoon. As soon as you're done with the spoon, rinse it off and put it away. Don't sit there anymore. I have so much cleaning to do that I'm gonna do this later, right? Because then everything's all piled up. So, man, I got laptops, and I'm like, I'm gonna do this organization. I'm gonna do this human rights work. I don't care what anybody say. And I did. I set up the whole dining room table. It's covered with laptops. Every place you sit down, there's and dual monitors too. So I got them up there encoding books. And then on the flat parts, pretty much, I've laid books out. So if she don't use a placemat, she'll ruin the books from the bookstore. So got the table leaves in there. And one time, I came out home and sure enough, she had torn everything up and took the table leaves out. And no. Come on, somebody kill this guy. Yeah, need to kill him. Jerk. Wish you would go away with your dang squad drop, fool. But if he's on here he comes. Right, he's over there. He gonna mess me up. That's the end of my dang death match. Well, maybe not. I'm making that face. I saw that. I caught myself doing that. Die, must die. Come on, disassemble you. Child. You want to cheat me out of my dang laptop things. Oh, here he goes. Thank you. This should take him out. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I was rude, disassemble you. I just got a bad attitude. Need to adjust that attitude adjustment. That's what I need. But yeah, I got the. And okay, so how's it working? I need to go and wait for the squad drop guy to not be in, because he's doing something. But there's a place for Zinni on the end of the table, and that's my daughter's family, and that's where she eats her little meals and stuff. right, on the big long table. And then the first laptop, I'm encoding the papers of Gandhi. Like I had, one of the things when I started college, I was going through the library and I discovered how much Gandhi had written. And I thought, wow, now that I'm in college, I'll be able to read all this 100 volumes. It's like 98 volumes, 500, 600 pages per volume of his papers. And what you don't realize, and I've said this before, is that Gandhi, his papers, almost everything that he writes, he's so engaged with the world that almost everything he writes, or a lot of what he writes, is in a certain context. Something is happening and something's going on, and people are talking to him, and he's talking back, right? And there's a back and forth going on. This is the thing, like when you listen to Gandhi, like I would listen to audio, I would convert Gandhi his writing to audiobooks and listen to it on my commute. And then when I would hear something in the course of the drive that I was like, whoa, wait, I would be like, I gotta go. Then I would go home and look it up in the PDF and read it manually. And what you discover is that, the thing about Gandhi's papers is when you're listening to them, sometimes what you're hearing is a letter that somebody wrote to Gandhi, and it'll say something dramatic, and you're like, wait a minute, did Gandhi say that? And one of the things I do remember him saying is like, now that this movement has become really big or whatever, what you need to do, if you read in the paper that I said something, you need to compare that to my principles. If the newspaper reports that I said something and it violates my fundamental principles as a Sanatani Hindu, they integrate Jainism and Ahimsa and all that stuff, then I didn't say it, right? If it violates my principles, then I didn't say it. So you can, that's kind of the way I was reading Gandhi for a while. And I made it to volume 30. Okay, so the first computer on the dining room table, I'm encoding Gandhi, and doing it every day, and it's going to take about 3 months to encode all of the books, and they're going to go to David MCB online. So disabled people with dyslexia, this is a thing. If you have trouble reading or whatever, if you have trouble reading, my audiobooks, an animated bot will read to you, and the text will be highlighted as the bot reads, and this will help you improve your reading. You'll be able to hear it and see it at the same time, and it will help you read better, help your comprehension. Ooh, I don't know. I should buy some Juggernaut blueprints. My Juggernaut is like, I have not developed it. I had seen some, and my daughter had noticed it too. There were people when we were first playing Mech Arena, there were people that seemed pretty dang impervious. So, some kind of impregnability-ism of imperviosity was in those Juggernauts, right? But when I got my own Juggernaut, I was like, man, you got to build this thing up and put coin on it before it gets impregnability. Because, man, my Juggernauts were getting popped, and I was like, I'm not. I would rather, to me, that's also, do you want to make a robot that can just stand there and get hit by any weapon and not learn how to strategically avoid getting hit? No, I think one of the big skills of this kind of game is the skill of not getting hit by the enemy. And super impregnability and imperviosity-ism as well. Just arrestio developmentationalizationalisms is what would happen behind it. Oh, I was like, why am I even here? And then I realized, oh yeah, I was trying to get away from ha 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 got ya. Ha 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 got ya. Ah, ha ha ha. Yeah, but you squad drop it. He got some 27 the other day, and his dang little kill shot. He'd go through the whole deathmatch on that one, and of course I would get through. Yeah, I'm proud of it. If I can make it through a whole deathmatch with one robot, that's a good skill. But this guy's got a kill shot with over 100,000 damage, 100,000 hit points. I don't know, it's suspicious if everybody around you's got like 60, 50,000, and you've got 100,000, and your weapon, isn't that a squad drop? I'm not sure. But, oh, it's my favorite little cubby hole. Dang, scare me. Here you come. I'll type you down. It's all bots in there now. Now I feel sad that ha 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 got you ain't here. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. I think I don't have my V-lock on. Come on, Sean. You know you want to. Oh. So back to the dining room table, that's the first computer, right, is doing Gandhi, and then the one next to that is doing Amnesty International Human Rights reports. And I found the ones back in the 60s, they just have scans of them, they don't have real PDFs on them. But So actually, after struggling through a couple of those, the conversion, the OCR of the application that I'm using is not perfect. So the copy's bad, actually. But I went up and now I'm going backwards in time. So I'm going from the latest reports back year by year. And then on the computer where I typically sit at the head of the table next to the refrigerator, if I sit there, I've got the Mahabharat is being encoded, and I'm not going to roll out the complete Mahabharat until the whole thing is done. And I'm doing the copy that's on Gutenberg. Man, what is this guy? God. That was my fault. I don't think I had my overcharge on. And this is a low rank stasis beam. I like the range on it though, man. Really good. So I was making the plan. That's the dining room table. I have an i7 that's in the living room. In the living room is going to be my organizational hub center or whatever, with a bunch of workstations. I've got a lot of computers up there, and but my wife ended up putting Zenny on the main machine that I work on when I work there. You know, she'll figure out some kind of way to ruin me. And I'm sorry it has to be that way, but I'll work around it. Now that I understand her more. because I've bent over backwards to accommodate her, and the only thing where it was like, you can't do anything. I'm not gonna let you do it. You can't do human rights work. You can't do your school. You can't do your study. You can't do anything. I'm not gonna let you do anything. And I've accommodated as best. I searched for a point of common ground, and after a long time of doing nothing because of all her demands and requirements, I'm just like, no, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna keep doing human rights work. Here's a bracket. Kill me. This fat Albert. How you doing, bracket? Thank you. Ooh, fool, you crazy. Policlínico. Man. "12 seconds. Almost. I just did replay buffer for the first time, and I kind of lost track of time. And when I looked back, it was still on. It didn't stop automatically. I'm not sure if I'm using it right. I had trouble getting to sleep last night because there's we have a R22 air conditioning unit for the house, and it's summertime and it's scorching heat. The girls are frying and the cotton's on fire. But it's a slow R22, Lee, and of course my wife's course of economic management has resulted in us having a shortage of financial remunerations. So please send me money. But the dang R22 recharge on the unit, it's got a very slow leak, so it hasn't had a recharge in 2 years. And if you run it at about 75 degrees, it will run and it will cool the house. It won't make the house upstairs comfortable, but they're from the South Pacific, so that's okay. That, you know, comfortable for them, not comfortable for me. I'll just stay downstairs. In my Batcave command center, which is why I'm on here. Now, server maintenance, what the hell? So, yeah, this is a good time to talk about things, what's going on. I'm gonna try to restart one more time, see if oh, back in. Oh no. Let me wait a couple of minutes. My other main machine, which incidentally I've set up to stream now as sort of Zenny's main machine. There's a bunch of computers up there that need to be set up. Like I had said earlier, before my wife came, you know, I always told her I wanted to start a school like my mom had done. My mom started a Montessori school in a small house in East Atlanta. And after she got enough children, she moved it to Cedar Creek Apartments. Near McLendon or whatever. That was during my second grade year. And I was like, I always told my wife, this is what I like to do. And it would create an environment. If we do like a Montessori school and we have our own children, our children can come up in a Montessori school environment, which is, yeah, I'm still working on it. It's what I'm going to do. But I had gotten started by getting a bunch of computers and getting them all set up and in the garage, right? Converting that into a learning space. And some people that, you know, they could wave their hands and, you know, pay all our bills and everything like that and pay for everything. And they're good friends of mine. They came from China to see, you know, and they were like, well, keep us posted when you get your school going. And after a lot of struggling or whatever, my wife finally said, look, I'm against this. I don't want to have people come to my house. So this is part of the thing about me, you know, going, okay, if we're not going to do that, what are we going to do? All right? Are you going to study? No. Are you going to get your TOEFL certificate? Am I going to help you with that? Are you going to take the GRE? No. I'm not going to do this. Do it later. Yeah. So after several years of like, well, just watching YouTube videos, short YouTube videos, and I mean, we don't have to argue about that. You can, anybody that, I've got the Google takeout or whatever, where you can see she's watching like these Filipino, it's like Filipino comedy videos all day. And I think that's why it's where she settled into this medical coding, because she can watch on her smartphone the Filipino comedy videos incessantly. Because when I do a Google takeout, you know, it shows that, well, what did she do today? She watched 200 Filipino, you know, or she watches horrific human trafficking stuff. But, you know, it's like, Yes, there's human trafficking. Let's work with Amnesty. You can read all this horrific stuff in Amnesty Human Rights report with an approach to it that's action-oriented. You can petition. Oh no, I don't want to petition. It's almost like a kind of, to watch horrific human trafficking, child abuse videos. Like she sent me the horror of the Roblox pedophiles. What you gonna do? You gonna put them in a Catholic school? You think there's no pedophiles in a Catholic school? Right? What is it? The Tuam septic tank? the Sisters of Bon Secours or whatever like that. That's where they found 800 children's skeletons in a septic tank. You're kidding me, right? They're giving me 100 A-coins? Oh, all right. Joy. All right. Okay, let's see if I can. $920 is still not enough. Like, I need about 300 more. Ooh, I'm itching to upgrade my MD. Tantalizationisms is what it is. I'm Tantalus. You know who Tantalus was? I'm sorry, I've had this home going on. I'm still reeling from the state of shock of getting 100 A-coins for the server going out. Awesome. You kidding me? I got 14 free-for-all deathmatch tickets? Joy. Alright. I need to put on a cup of coffee. I need to go to intermission. I got 14 free-for-all deathmatch tickets. Are you kidding me? I need to make a big, huge thing of iced coffee and just get jacked up on that stuff. I need to get ice cube trays. I need to quit using the ice machine. Because there's, the water supply is contaminated. Yeah, I read that in the New York Times. They're like, more contamination of forever chemicals in the United States water supply than previously thought. It's like, well, yeah, maybe. And I talk about this, because of my wife's PMDD problem and symptoms of endometriosis. She has a very complex dietary regimen that's recommended for her that she doesn't adhere to. And so it's I adopted that diet, and one of the things too is like, I had told my wife from the beginning, I'm concerned about the environment. I want to distill water and stuff like that, learn about the possibility of doing that as a business, learn about doing recycling as a business. That's part of my life and what I want to do. So one of the things I do is distill water all the time, and put the water. Instead of throwing all the plastic containers, the godparents buy these big, giant plastic 2-liter things And they had just been throwing them away and throwing them away and throwing them away or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'm just keep the. I built shelves or whatever to put the plastic containers on, and I distill the water in full of containers, and that's just what I do. Try to. Thinking for a second, what my next move is going to be. It's going to give me a fail to start download again. What am I going to do? But I was talking earlier about my mom's Montessori school and how I plan to do that here. I set up the whole garage and installed all the software and got everything running smooth and tried to get cooperation from her. Could not get it. Finally, in the end, she was like, no, I'm against it. I don't want a school in my house. And then, several years go by and absolutely nothing gets done. And I'm looking on Google Takeout and she's watching 200, 300 short comedy videos a day. And I'm like, I'm going to go back to what I was doing before, which is human rights activism and environmental advocacy and petitioning and stuff like that. So I'm gradually moving back into that and doing my music. This is another thing I gave up. My wife was like, when we were having our online courtship or whatever, I told her, I'm a musician, I perform a lot, and would you like to do that? Yeah, I would love it. I said, well, you got a good voice, and you just need, my voice is not good. Well, no, I can tell you've got a good voice, you just need to train it. It's like my voice would be much, much better if I took the time out to train it, but we could do that together. And then when she got here, she was just like, I'm not singing, I'm not playing guitar, anything. I'm not going to do the total. And I went through all this stuff. And she's like, one of the things she would say is like, well, I have to clean, so I can't do any of those things because I have to clean. But what she does is she makes a mess, right? And she thinks about cleaning it up and complains, but does not very much cleaning. She creates a lot more mess than she cleans, and it's a long process because she was the youngest child in the household, and she kept flying under the radar, and her sisters would do all the work, and she would kind of look at her sisters with contempt. Hey. I'm trying to see my thing. I thought, okay. I was trying to read that out, your name, and I couldn't read it. And I was like, no wonder I can't read it. I still can't read it. Yeah, man. You just, what's your Macarena name? Can you see my ID there? My ID comes up every time, or since I'm not in a match, let me go and copy mine. But if you look on my screen there, you'll see this is one of my IDs, and this is my primary ID. But then my daughter's ID is the other one. I'm going to see how long it takes for it to come up. Watching and waiting. PayPal me, David McBride, 1963. Yeah, man, I'm ready for some PayPal chain coin to come my way. Thank you. I'm trying to start a school, a game development school. 4989-4075. I think that's my other ID. Hold on, I'm going to go back and I'm going to search. Oh no, see? The server's down like crazy today. Nah. No wonder they sent me 100 acorns. I think we're gonna have to wait, bro. So what's going on with your life? You wanna have some psychoanalytical of Mephistificational analyses. I can talk to you about things in the world, and you can ask me about my insanities, and I'll be happy to share. This is an interesting story. My dad, I didn't know who I knew my dad. He was a prominent person in Atlanta, a very prominent official. But his relationship with my mother was a secret because he was married. And when my mom passed away at 85, my sisters immediately called me and said, "You know him? That's your real dad." I was like, you know what? I think you're right. And I went and I had never seen a picture of him when he was young. And sure enough, I went and got that picture. I was like, it looks exactly like me. But anyway, he worked at the Insane Asylum, and he was the chairman of pastoral psychology for Columbia Seminary Department. I don't think they have any pastoral psychology, but he was the chairman of that department or whatever. And he worked with crazy people. And so I'm kind of crazy, and I love to talk about crazy, and I love to talk to crazy people. Or people that, actually, I think everybody's crazy. Okay, let me try to restart here. See, the main thing is, can you be happy? You need to find out ways to be happy. No, man, see, this thing is broke. And I appreciate, let me give you, hold on, I want JHKLRTHTAT. If I didn't know better, I would think there was a random sequence of, okay, but I gave you a follow, right? So anytime, and I will show your hanger on my Once Macarena is unbroke, but I'm gonna check out my intermission 1.
Cup, housecape from fleshly lust. O you, who, in his name, content are with the just. When from his name and attributes some inklings born, this inkling points the road to you in one fair morn. Who's never known a guide, but someone must be led. And when no road is traveled, known can't dogman's tread 30. Who's never heard a name, but indicates a thing. A flower who's never plucked from verbal rose's sting. Hast thou pronounced a name? Straightway the thing ensue. The moon seek in the sky, not in lake waters, bloom. But wouldst thou cast aside all names and words, as vain, thyself, then, purge of self. Abstraction thou shalt gain. Wouldst be a sword? Cast off soft irons yield refined. By discipline a mirror burnish of thy mind. Discharge thyself of every particle of self. So shalt thou see thyself pure, free from soil of pelf. 35. Within thy heart wilt see the wisdom of the saints, without a book, a teacher, or professor's plaints. The prophet said, that man is one of my true flock. 251, whose heart and mind are hewn from my own calling's rock. His soul perceives me through the self-same holy light, that unto me reveals his soul serenely bright. Reports, traditions, chains of evidence, are lost. When soul commons with soul, minds freely can accost. This riddle solved, occurred I last night was, a birth. And then, this morning, Arabam, by afterbirth. 37,340, if one, sincere, a Kurdish boar was overnight, sincerity and Arab meeting by daylight. Example seekest of science springing in heart? This contest heat of Chinaman and Romans are 374, the Chinese urged they had the greater painter's skill. The Romans pleaded they of art the throne did fill. The sovereign heard them both. Decreed a contest fair. Results the palm should give the worthiest to the pair. The parties twain a wordy war waged in debate. The Romans' show of science did predominate. 45. The Chinaman then asked to have a house assigned, for their especial use. And one for Rome designed, allotted houses stood on either side one street. In one the Chinese, one the Roman, artists meet. The Chinese asked 100 paints for their art's use. The sovereign's resources would not then refuse. Each morning from the treasury rich color store was served out to the Chinese till they asked no more. The Romans argued, color or design is vain. We simply have to banish soil and filth amain. 50. They closed their gate. To burnish then they set themselves. As heaven's fault, simplicity filled all their shelves. Vast difference there is twixt colors and not one. The colors are as clouds. Simplicity's the moon. Whatever tinge you see embellishing the clouds, you know comes from the sun, the moon, or stars and crowds. 252. At length the Chinamen their task had quite fulfilled. With joy intense their hearts did beat, their bosoms thrilled. The sovereign came, inspected all their rich designs, and lost his heart with wonder at their talent signs. 55. He then passed to the Romans, that his eyes might see. Their curtains were withdrawn, to show where it might be. The Chinese paintings all, their whole designs in full, reflected truly were on that high burnished wall. Whatever was depicted by the Chinese art, was reproduced by mirrors, perfect every part. Those Romans are our mystics. No, my worthy friend. No art, no learning. Study, none. But gain their end. They polish well their bosoms, burnish bright their hearts, remove all stain of lust, of self, pride, hate's deep smart. 60. That mirrors purity prefigures their heart's trust. With endless images reflections it encrust. The formless form the thousand it informs, flashed in his breast on Moses' heart, like mirrored storms. That form, 'tis true, the heaven of heavens cannot contain, nor all the space between the zenith and the main. These numbered are, and limited within their bounds. The mirror of the heart is boundless in its rounds. Here, reason stands aghast, O erring child of sense. The heart's with God, the heart is God, boundless, immense. 65. From all eternity, the figures of all things, unnumbered, multitudinous, gleam in heart's wings. To all eternity each new created form, in heart of saint reflected is, most multiform. His polished heart is cleansed from being soiling stained, and at each moment contemplates fresh beauty's train. 253. The outward guilt, the shell of signs they despise. The banner of real certitude floats where they rise. They thought abandoned. Light and life they've truly found. Their breasts and hearts are filled with love's inspiring sound. 70. Death, that dread thing of which all mankind stand in fear, is left and mocked at by the saints when it draws near. No man has power to dominate their tranquil minds. The shell may injured be. The pearl harm never finds. The reader's art, the jurist's skill, they set it not. But poverty, abasement, to themselves they've taught. The scenes of all apparatuses 375 are consumed in that full blaze with which their holy hearts illumed. They're more exalted than the heavens and what's beyond. Their place is in the court of love divine. Alphon 75, 254. XV. Zaid's inspiration. The prophet asked one morn of Zaid, in tender tone, 376, "How art thou, dear disciple, faithful to the bone?" "I'm pious." A believer, Zaid replied. And he inquired again, "What proof of faith resides in thee?" He said, "Whole days I've burnt with parching fever's thirst. By night I've watched. With love's sweet pangs my heart's nigh burst. Thus have I traversed days and nights enduring space, as point of spear through shield makes way in war's embrace." 4. In love's view, the church of faith one body is. 10 million years, one instant, are like, when his 5, the past eternity and future join in one. Though reason cannot compass how the marvel's done. The prophet then, bring forth some souvenir from thence, shall satisfy all men of judgment and of sense. Said Zaid, as men behold the sky above their heads, 255, so I survey the heavens, and all their flowery means. 8 paradises, 377 7 deep hells, 378 are in my view, as patent as the idol to its silly crew. Apart, and one by one, I can discern all men, as wheat and barley well are known to millers can ten. I see who's heavenward bound, who takes the other road. As men distinguish fish from snake in walks abroad. 'Tis thus that saints, within the bounds of present life, see who'll be blessed, who cursed, when tried in judgment strive. Before each soul contracts the sins will cause its shame. While yet in mother's womb, while yet without a name. The wretch is he conceived for wretchedness at thirst. Each soul is marked for future bliss or woe. At first 379, the body, as a mother, bears within a soul. Death's but the throes that launch the spirit to its goal. 15, departed souls are all agog at each fresh birth, to see what class the newborn enters in its mirth. The blacks presumed 'twill prove to be of their dark gang. The pale-faced Romans hope they'll profit by the pang. But when the little stranger shows itself at last, no room remains for doubt. The question's judged and cast. The newborn black is born in triumph by its kind. The rosy-cheeked fair bantlings claimed by Roman mind. Until its birth the child's a riddle to all men. Who knows an unborn infant's rare sage in this glen 20, unless, mayhap, he see with light divine's blessed aid. For this can penetrate through densest shell air made. The life-conveying fluids colorless and clear. But living men their various shades of color bear. The soul sustains complexions in our mortal frames, until our halves material find rest from their games. But turn we now away to other subjects, high. For fear event should leave us to regret and sigh. 256. When settling day brings forth the color of each face, 380, mankind are separated sharply, race from race. 25, within the womb nor Turk, nor Hindu, it is seen. 381, so soon as born, all, high and low, know what to wean. As in the day of judgment all men all will know, so now to me each man and woman forms a show. Say, shall I all declare? Or shall I hold my peace? To this the prophet in reply made motion, cease. 257, ha! Prophet of the Lord. I'll tell that secret, all. To men I will declare the deeds of that dread hole. Permit me to tear off the veil that hides it now. My heart shall light the world as sun in midday glow. 30. I will eclipse that lamp by giving out more light. I will set plainly forth the thorn and fig tree right. Events of Judgment Day I'll lay before all men. I'll separate the gold from spurious coin, as then. They of the left hand shall be named to public view, 382, and all shall then the fruits of misbelief eschew. I will expose the 7 pits of wrath divine, 383, by aid of light from truth's great luminaries shine. I'll rend away the rags that veil the wicked's shame. I'll sound the trump, that all may hear the prophet's name 35, hell, heaven, the gulf between, I'll set before men's eyes, that misbelievers may be warned of error's dyes. The fountain of Qatar shall throw its highest jet. 384, its rush shall breathe their ears, its spray their faces wet. They who will flock around it, burning with fierce thirst, I'll make apparent unto all, from last to first. Their shoulders jostle against my shoulders in the crowd. Their shrieks are sounding in my ears, as thunder loud. While heaven's citizens, rejoicing with delight, hug one another lovingly, to glad my sight 40, they visit one another's thrones, high rapture seats. They kiss each other fondly. Each all others greets. My ears grow deaf through listening to those cries of grief, and sorrow's anguish from the lips where sin sat chief. These are slight indications. Much more could I say. I pause. The prophets worried. Cease from speech I bade. Thus spake the prophet's servant, in delirious guise. The prophet shook his collar, sign of deep surprise. Then spake, rein in thy steed. He risks to run away. Reflected truth declares, God blushes not. 385 heyday. 45, the mirror's fallen out from its protecting case. A mirror and a balance never truth debase. A mirror and a balance never facts conceal, although someone be hurt by what they do reveal. The mirror and the balance tests are of my rule. Though for 1,000 years thou servedst strict formule. Hide not the truth from thought of deep respect for me. Show forth the whole, in full. Deficiency mayn't be. What is it that tells thee, play not, joke not with the truth? 386, the mirror, balance, God, who smites falsehood with truth. 50, sure, God hath raised me up for that one sole intent, that through me truth be preached unto its full extent. Were this not so, what values in me, valued friend? Did I become instructor, only good to mend? But shut thy mirror tight within its felton sack, if shin's miracles repeated in thy track. Said Zaid, can man e'er grasp beneath his feeble arm, 258, the sun of truth, eternal luminary, warm? 'Twill burst his grasp asunder. All his wiles were vain, though madness he should add to reason in his brain. 55, replied the prophet, on thy finger place. 259, the world is straight deprived of all the sun's bright face. A fingertip suffices to blot out the moon. A symbol, this, of God's great sin-effacing boon. A point can cover up the whole world with its shade. The sun can be eclipsed by what's a mere monade. Shut close thy lips. Consider now the mighty sea. By God's command the ocean man's meek slave must be 387, even as the fountains Sensabo and Senjabil 388, are given for use of angels, Michael, Israfil 38,960, the rivers for paradise are at our beck. Not by our merit, but by God's constraining check. Where'er we will, they flow, obedient to our call. Like magical effect, magicians docile thrall. So also are our eyes, those founts of sentient beings, subservient to our will, whichever way it streams. As we direct, they look. See what's like adder's sting. Or notice facts that to our minds their warnings bring. If so we will, they scrutinize objectiveness. As we desire, they lend themselves to study dress 65, by our direction, universals are their bound. If so we wish, they prisoners are impartial's ground. Each of the senses 5 acts thus but as a spout, to bring unto the mind that which it cares about. Whichever way the heart directs them forth to stroll, they turn, and glean a harvest for its pleasure soul. The hands and feet are servants to the heart's request, as Moses' rod obedient was to his behest. At heart's desire, the feet begin the nimble dance, or seek advantage, or avoid some sore mission. 70, the heart commands, the hands to calculations fall. Should it prefer, they write a book or treatise small. A hand there is, 'twould seem, within these hands of ours. A hidden hand, that moves the body's wondrous powers. If that incites, this wages battle with the foe. Should that induce, this aids a friend to stand tiptoe. It pushes. Straightway spoons plunged into soup. It wills. A ponderous clap forth with a taxsome group. What is it that the heart says to them all by turns? Most wonderful accord. Most marvelous alterns. 75, the ancient seal of Solomon the heart has found. With that alone it guides the senses o'er their ground. Externally, 5 senses serve its high command. Internally, 5 faculties obey its hand. 10 senses, thus, 7 organs, wait upon its wants. Besides a host of minor servants, confidants. As Solomon thou sittest, O heart. Thou reignest supreme. On fairy and on demon, set thy seal, thy scheme. In this thy realm be upright. Practice thou no fraud. No demon, then, shall rob thee of thy seal, thy God. 39,080, the world shall learn thy name, shall practice all thy rites. Time and eternity remain thy perquisites. But should a demon carry off thy seal, perchance, thy reign is o'er. Thy fortune loses all advance. Thenceforward vain regret shall canker in thy breast, until the day through it call to thy account at last. Unless thy heart renounce all selfish use of wit, by mirror and by balance canst thou be held quit? Luqman the sage, in presence of his noble lord, 391, among the slaves and servants was a mere byword. 85, 260, the Lord one day commended. Straight some slaves were sent, to gather fruit from orchard for his throat's content. With them did Luqman go, as parasite to feast, brimful of wisdom, black as night, a negro beast. Their labor o'er, the slaves lay down to rest a while. The fruit they tasted still, consumed the pile. Returning home, on Luqman the whole blame they laid. His lord was angered mightily at what they said. Luqman inquired the cause of this estrangement keen. The Lord gave vent in not abuse to his roused spleen. 90, said Luqman, Lord, I swore by God's most holy name, dishonest servant ne'er can hope for aught but blame. Make proof of us. 'Tis easy. Lord, thou art of all. Command. We'll drink our fill of water hot as gall. Then make us run about within the meadows bound. On horseback thou, on foot we, all trudge quickly round. Thou soon shalt witness sights to show the milk you spilled. Heart secrets great revealer will disclose the guilt. Their lord so ordered. Scalding water soon was sought. Each had to drink his fill, as hot as could be brought. 95, then all were made to run as fast as they could tear, all up and down the meadow, as their legs could bear. Now lo! What happens? Sickness on them, each, soon falls. To vomit they're constrained, with starting of eyeballs. The stolen fruit contained within their stomach sac, the water's stimulus compelled them to give back. 261, when Luqman's turn was come to cast up his accounts, clear water was the only issue from his founts. Luqman's philosophy this trial could evolve. God's wisdom far abstracter riddles will resolve. 100, the day when our heart's secrets shall be all revealed, man's secret foe in ambush shall not lie concealed. Hell's victims, then, shall taste of scalding water's pang, and all veils be torn off from sins they overhang. Hellfire's decreed to be the lot of misbelief. Since fire the ordeal is by which stones come to grief. How often have we spoken to those hearts of stone, in softest accents of advice? They would hear none. To foulest ulcer, sharpest remedies applied. The teeth of dogs alone are fit for asses' hide. 105, filth to the filthy's philosophy right sound. Birds of a feather flock together goes its round. What mates soever for thyself thou choose at last, their habits and their qualities acquire thou fast. Wouldst glory have? To glory must thou raise pretence. Wouldst it reject? Think well, and take thy road from thence. wouldst find a way out of this dismal dungeon vile? Submit to God. Bow down and worship with a smile. Again we'll turn. Again we'll hear what sage may say. What road he'll follow, on his steed, in Reason's Way 110. When reason sets itself to expose the faults of men, it pulls aside the veils that hide them from our ken. God sometimes wills that actions should concealed remain, drives reason's drum away, forbids its noisy strain. Loose not thy tongue alone. It bridle. Hidden's best. Let each be happy in his own opinion zest. God wills that they who might despair to win his grace, shall persevere, not slacken, in their worship's pace. 262, that they may seek a hopeful one, and him ensue. In his society may follow worship's clue. 115, God wishes that his peace should light upon us all. That his salvation should embrace good, bad, great, small. That princes and that captives all should turn their face, in hope and fear, up heavenward, looking for his grace. That hope and fear are nourished by a curtain's shade. 'Tis through uncertainty that hope and fear invade. But tear away that veil, where then are hope and fear. 'Tis veiledness lends interest to landscapes drear. Upon a river's bank a youth, who chanced to spy a fisherman at work, guessed, Solomon, surely. 392,120, if he be, why here, in secret and alone? If not, whence come those features, fit to grace a throne? So he remained in doubt, twixt two opinions tossed, till Solomon recovered all the power he'd lost. The foul usurping demon fled the royal state. The king's avenging sword pursued and sealed his fate. The signet ring of power once more on royal hand, the demons and the fairies flocked to his command. Mankind came crowding to his court, by levies swelled. Among them came the youth who that opinion held. 125, he saw the signet ring. This sufficed. Doubt was past. No room was left for surmise. All was clear at last. Opinion may be formed of what's behind the veil. Conjecture lends its aid where knowledge gins to fail. Conjecture's potent when the subject's hid from view. Let it be visible. No surmise can we brew. Although the sky of light is not without its rain, the earth of darkness too produces plants and grain. 263, I love that text, they who believe what is not seen. 393, thence have I closed my eyes, the body's windows keen. 130, but should I cleave the firmament with my swift glance, could I exclaim, perceivest thou a flaw, perchance? 394, to scrutinize what's hid behind the darkness screen, each man his method chooses. Guesses what's between. A certain space of time confusion reigns supreme. The robbers hang the magistrates by their own scheme, until at length the chief, blessed with a genius rare, springs up to serve his servants. All their troubles share. 395, to render secret service is a thing beloved. To hide a service rendered adds to what's approved. 135, what's he, commends his king with lies before his face, and in his absence needs lament his lack of grace. The warden of a castle on the march is laid, far from his sovereign, distant from much needed aid, defends his post with valor from beleaguering foe, disdains to be bought over, scorns the tempter's moe. His station's on a frontier, no eye sees him act. To duty true, he honestly fulfills his pact. Then in his monarch's presence honors due he gains, above the brave men fighting in the royal trains. 140, more merits in a little secret service given, than in much more performed when by an eye it's driven. Man's faith and piety on earth are prized of God, but after death professed, less value have than clod. The absent and the hidden being thus the best, the silent mouth and sealed lips surpass the rest. Then boast not, brother. Whatsoever thou hast done, God knows thy merits, will requite them every one. 264, the sun requires no other witness but his face. Man has a greater, God's his witness. That's the grace. 145, if I proclaim it not, how many are prepared to witness to each fact? God, angels, men, full word. God will bear witness, angels, and all they who've known. 396, that, Lord there is no other, save th eternal one. 397, when God himself our witness is, who all angels need, that they should share, participate, in his sole deed. Unless it be that, as the fervent, blazing sun, pours forth such beams no mortal eye can look upon. Just like the bat, man cannot bear full light of day. So, in despair, he seeks the darkness, shuns noon's ray. 150. Thus, like us, no, the angels are a loving crew, who bask in beams of heaven's sun, beyond our view. They say, our light we have received from a sun. As substitutes we shine upon the weak, outrun. As newborn moon, or 5 days old, or at the full, each angel has his rank, degree, place, wonderful. His glories wings in pairs, 2, 3, and even 4. 398, so that his beams are doubled, trebled, fourfold, more. Just like the grades that mark the various human minds, do differences vast exist in angels' kinds. 155, thus every man's companion angels like himself, or good, or bad, or high, or low, as China, Delph. When weak-eyed mortals cannot look upon the sun, they have to seek for taper's aid, ere they may run. The prophet hath declared, stars, my disciples are. Their lights to them who seek. Though devils they may scare. If every man had strength, and faculty of sight, to look straight at the sun, trust him alone for light. 265, what need were for the stars, or lamps, of feeble ray, to help them on their path, in quest of source of day. 160, the moon declares to man, as do the clouds, the shade, I too, deep and human, but for revelation made. 399, like you, I had been darksome, as within, without. But revelation gave me some light, shade to rout. Compared with the sun, I'm darksome as a cloud. Compared with men's dark bosoms, I may well be proud. I shed a feeble light, that men may bear my beams. He cannot look upon the sun's two ardent streams. I've mixed with honey vinegar, made oxymol, a remedy to bring to man's diseases fell. 165, art rid of thy disease, my friend? Then set aside the vinegar. Rejoice thy soul with honey's tide. When freed from lusts, the heart of man in full health shines. God said, the merciful on heaven's high throne reclines. 400, God rules the heart direct, free from all means to aid, so soon as it is purged from dross that low it laid. We'll now go back to Zaid, and proffer him advice. We'll warn him not to risk dishonor, paltering's price. Thou shalt not Zaid now find. He's surely run away, he's clean absconded by the door. Had not to say. 170, hadst thou been Zaid, like him didst lost been in a maze. As stars die out when sunlight sets the skies ablaze. Venus no track points out where was galaxy's place. Thou'lt find no signs of Zaid, no footstep, sign, or trace. Our senses falter, all our reasoning is lost, in splendor of the wisdom of THL ruling ghost. 266, men's senses, and the reasons, must be shut within, in ways when all before us to appear begin. 401, when night returns, the sky again a court appears, the hidden stars shine forth, and mark the rolling years. 175, the senseless dead unto, will God their wits restore. In circles, like attendants, him they'll stand before. They'll foot the dance, they'll spread their hands, they'll shout his praise. They'll sing their song, thou, Lord, us from the dead didst raise. Their mortal skins and bones they'll shake off in the earth. On angel wings they'll ride, and whirlwind dust call forth. Their course they'll take from melody to entity, in judgment day, ungrateful, grateful laity. Why turn away thy head, pretend not to have seen? Hast thou not, first, in nullity, a true been? 180, in nullity, so firm thou settest down thy foot, and ask'st, who shall remove me when I've taken root? Dost thou not see the wondrous works of God's high will? How he it is who leads thee by thy forelock still. 402, he draws thee into states, conditions, turns of wheel, that never entered in thy mind to seek with zeal. Non-entity obedient is to his command. Of demon, and of Solomon, he rules the hand. A demon can contrive the trays of fish pond size. 403, He dares not make refusal these to organize 185. Contemplate now thyself in agony of fear. And no, non-entity too, quakes his wrath to hear. Thou stretchest forth thy hand to seize preferment's place. From fear of thee, some soul itself must quick efface. All else that loveth God, the truest and the best, though sweet to thought, is but a snare to break thy rest. 267. What's all thy effort worth? Thou haste to die at last. Put out thy hand and grasp the cup of life right fast. Men fix their eyes on what is dust and ashes, death. Refuse belief in what is life and healthful breath. 190. Exert thyself. Reduce thy doubts from 10 to 9. Implore the night. Thou sleepest. Night's not so supine. Implore the night to seek the everlasting day, increase in knowledge. Wisdom to shall light thy way. Though night be dark, and darkness be of woe the doom, much good is in it. Fount of life's in land of gloom. 404. How can a mortal hope to raise his head from sleep, when seeds of slothfulness are all he cares to reap? The dead man sleeps, the body snatcher's open door. Householders slumber, robbers rifle every floor. 195. Thou knowest not who are thy foes around thee placed. The imps of hell are enemies to man high graced. The fire's the foe of water and of water's brood. As water's foe to fire, and drowns it in a flood. To water, and its cousins all, the fire swears death. To fire shall water never quarter give, or breath. Tease water puts the fire out. And the reason's plain. The fire has mission to destroy the water's strain. And then, the fire's the hate of passion's baneful lusts. And lust, the root of frailty, sin, misdeeds, mistrusts. 200. Material, outer fire, is by water soon put out. The fire of lust may carry man to hell, no doubt. No water can avail to quench the flames of lust. For lust is hell-born. Torments and not. Last they must. 268. Religion's light, alone, can quench lust's fiercest flame. The light that can put out the sinfulest wicked game. 405. What can extinguish fire of sin, save light of God? My master, see that Abram's light be near downtrod. From the fire of lust, by inner Nimrod fanned. 406. Thy body may escape. Not be, as firewood, banned. 205. The lust of man's desires cannot be driven forth, but may resisted be, reduced to what it's worth. So long as thou shalt fuel pile upon that flame, canst thou expect the fire will die away and tame? So soon as fuel is withheld, a fire goes out. Through piety is less brought down, and put to rout. Shall that sweet face e'er blacken through sin's dismal smoke, that's brightened by such sheen as virtue must invoke? A conflagration raged in days of great humor, stones were devoured therein, as firewood in the air. 407,210, the buildings it consumed, and left whole households waste. The nests and nestlings were destroyed. Last Trump's foretaste. 1/2 Madonna fell a prey to rootless flame, where the aqueous element might well feel shame. Whole cisterns were exhausted in the combat wild, and vinegar was added. Hope was thus beguiled. The fire grew fiercer under stimulus of strife. Extension gave it wings, success infused new life. The people now came flocking to the caliph's gate, in marvel, that, through water, fire would not abate. 215, 269, he told them that the fire burned by divine command. That all those flames arose from their too frugal hand. What use are water, vinegar? Distribute bread. Is true cold Ephraim, if by me you'll be led? They answered, water doors stand open every day, we've ever lavish been. Almsgiving is our play. Yuma replied, in form and custom, bread you've given, but not from love of God. Your hands to dough were driven. 'Twas pride and ostentation led to your display. Not charity, not pity, sense of duty. Say 220, your riches are your seed, cast not such seed to waste. Place not a sword in robber's hand with senseless haste. Distinction make twixt friend and foe to truth divine. Seek out God's saints, and leave them not to starve, to pine. You've spent your stuff upon your cherished kindred soul, and fancied stupidly you'd followed God's law whole. 223, 270. XVI. Ali's forbearance. From Ali may we learn sincerity of means. God's line we may hold free from all gross misdeeds. In fight he'd conquered, one would earn the hero's crown. His sword he'd swiftly raised, his victim to hew down. The champion spat in Ali's face, to mark disdain. The face of one, the prophet's pride, all saints' chieftain. He spat upon a face to which the moon bowed low, and offered adoration in the temple's show. That instant Ali dropped his sword, high poised in air, and left the spitter harmless. Action debonair 5, this raised the foe's astonishment. Called forth his awe. That
Called forth the man's all is what it did. Called it forth. Behind it. Alright, I'm back. And it looks like stuff is fixed. So let's try. See where we wind up here. Whoa. Eight minutes. All right, so let's try this. Here. Damn. Oh, and two miniguns, man. That's all I need this morning. You have got to be out your mind, woman. Van holds me. He holds me. Back up, baby boy. What you trying to do? You getting ruthless with me? I want to burn through and get my dang Zephyr back. That's what I want to do. 13 seconds, man. I got nothing left. Defeated by bots. Okay, so dang you. Oh, I love this spot. I'm telling you right now, the things we have to deal with. My thing is not even coming up with the thing behind it. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I wonder how long server maintenance is gonna last, and if I'm gonna have 100 acorns, man. Oh, bro, 100 acorns would be tastier than that last booger, man. I'm telling you. Let me get back to my thing here. Being as hot, there ain't no other thing around the thing. I might as well turn on the thing for the thing. Oh, no, here it go. Oh, yeah. It is. Tasty. Get ready to move down a bracket. Ooh. Sort of like that a little bit better. Till I can get the black. My God, free-for-all deathmatch chicken. Love it. Man, this coffee is great. I'm flying, man. I'm just like hopped up on that stuff. Instant coffee convenience. Mixes right up cold. How you doing, man? I appreciate your donation to the cause. I always like the friendly contributors. Oh man, Robert Smith, child, thank you. You are my buddy. I can always count on you when I'm trying to get my coin. Oh. Rapper Smith pissed off. No, he's a bot. Hey. I was talking earlier, it's like, yeah, I had I converted the garage into a computer studio with, I was like, we can do fundraising for a school, we can get people together, I just need to put the ads out there. And then finally, my wife was like, you know what, I've opposed this quietly for long enough, and now I'm going to speak out and say, I just don't want to have a school because I don't want anybody to come to our house. And so it's gone on for, quite a few years now, and I've given her an opportunity to show, well, what are you gonna do? Well, she got a minimum wage job, and that's it. No dietary changes, no nothing or whatever like that. And I waited for a really, 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 really long time now. So I'm just going back at this point to my regular plan, the same plan that when I met her. I said, this is what I have planned when I came. I gave a lot of thought coming back to the United States after being in China for 7 years. I could continue to stay in China. I have a lot of good relationships there and stuff I could. But when I decided to come back, I was going to fulfill some things my mother had wished for. She was like, I wish my kids could grow. No, man, it was awful. Who would want a mucus-colored Lancer bot that I don't even use? A robot, not a bot. $208. One more week and my MD gets an upgrade. Use brick house to kill 30 scout mags. Wow. He didn't tell me. I don't know if you're still there. Let's see, I got one viewer. really exposurizationalized. Oh, no. But, you know, now that I've got back on track and stuff, I'm thinking about, you know, it's like I had that whole place was set up, ready to go, and I took it all apart. And I put all the computers away in storage and went on to try something else. God, anything. I'm about to die if I'm gonna get some vampire coins over here. No. I knew I was gonna die, but that's okay. It's time for Fat Albert. Such a tragedy. All right, let me kamikaze out of that. Hey, Trixie, man, what's going on, girl? Good to see you, darling. Oh, and Morty Brown in town. I'm in town. Oh, and Nerf this one or shoot me in the back with a tank 65,000 shotgun. Hit anything that's there. Automatic. Alright, so how about this? Oh, this is where I've got the Ares. I'm not used to this. Yeah. I got the Ares set up with these pulse cannons as an assault mech. I've never used the Ares really as an assault mech. I only use it as a sniper. Oops. Well, at least I made it on the board. But yeah, one by one, I bought all the computers back out of storage, and one by one, I put them in the dang living room. And now, well, okay, what happened with the garage is, you know, she kept having me move the books here, move the books there, move the books here, move the books there. We have a bookstore. It was like, that's part of the thing. You want to get some kind of revenue stream that's a little bit more passive. In a bookstore, you can get the bookstore set up, get everything online, and get everything on the store, and then all you got to do is print the label and mail it. You know, when the price is done. There's some. It's not a super labor-intensive kind of thing. Just getting it up and getting it done is the big main problem. And finally, what I said is like, I'm gonna go from one end of this house to the other and create order, right? Order, right? So I built in that there's a whole room back there where the computer room used to be. It's now just every single wall is covered with bookshelves, and there's like I built a hallway, so there's an entire wall that makes two closed room areas that's nothing but bookshelves. That's what's going on with the garage. So then I looked around and I'm like, what's now? Okay, the dining room table is now no longer a food and garbage receptacle. It's got computers working, running jobs on it all day long for my other YouTube channel. And then my the living room now is turning into a big computer room where we'll have our school in its beginnings. Ain't nobody want to come see me or love me. Oh, I'm sorry. Not your favorite robot. Please stop. If you don't want me to laugh, man, don't send that little angry emoji because I can't help it. It's like, I'm sorry, man. I thought you was trying to kill me. Oh, no. Nope. Okay, now I got you. Good. Can I stay alive here? Here come all extreme over. He's shooting at me like he's mad or something. I'm trying to get to me. I know what you doing. Yeah, so this is an idea that I have, and please steal it. Like a lot of state-run institutions and schools and stuff like that right now, they're throwing computers away. They're throwing them away. Turkey. He mad and stuff. That's all right. Send me that dang emoji again, Mr. Angry. So I segue, I'm trying to get those computers set back up, and I'm finding like really short on power cords and stuff like that. But like a school that I was working at, all what's happening around the country is these state-run institutions are turning on their computers, and it's like, this computer will not support Windows 11, So it's like, yeah, eventually, your computer is revoked. And so they surplus them and throw them in the garbage and stuff like that. It's insane waste, right? And I literally jumped in garbage cans and pulled out all these laptops, i5s and i7s. But I had bought the HP i5 that I'm on right now for $100. It's an i5 4590, and I've been satisfied with it, But can I get it for free? My goodness, yes. Let's go do that, So, one of the things that happened is like ThinkPads. These ThinkPads they're more than 10 years old, but they are really just classic, rugged. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking, man. They got busted up every kind of way and knocked around and still work. And but it's like the day I jumped in the dumpster and got the dang things out, all the power supplies for them had already gone, right? So I grabbed all the power supplies that was in there, and they was for these other HP computers that were gone too. So it's like I was trying to get this stuff from being thrown away. I got the ThinkPads with the HP power supplies, right? So if you got any HP laptop, I got a whole bin just packed with power supplies for them. But my ThinkPads, I've got a shortage. I need to buy some of those, and they're about $15 a piece. I need to pay attention to what the hell is going on right here, man. I'm tripping. Tripping is what I'm doing. You want to start something over here? You just come up in my little cubby hole and let's have a little talk. I'll massage your neck. Yeah, you get a neck massage here. I know those Confucianism pressure point things. I can make it feel so good. Right? In a minute, you won't feel nothing. You thought you was in pain? No, it's gone, man. No more pain. Oblivion. Sweet oblivious. All right. I hate having to buy those things. ThinkPad power supplies, and I need more memory. Like over time, these, you know, I think a lot of these machines will take a 32. They'll take at least 16 gigs, and it's not that expensive. And it really makes, you know, the machine run well. Why not do it? Anyway. Another thing I got last night, I downloaded, what is it, Ultimate Street Fighter 4 with that, oh man, it's like a trip, really. Just as sort of my kind of Tekken kind of thing. I never really played these games really much on PC, but I did when we used to go to the movies ages ago. I would. Oh, you mad and stuff, man? I'm sorry. I thought you was trying to kill me. My mistake. Sorry. But I got on there and I was like, typically what I would do on Tekken is I would get, I'd focus on learning how to use. The only thing that would have made that the crowning glory is if that guy had put that little angry emoji. That would have been really funny. Absolutely hilarious. Nah, that's what I need. Real serious hit points. I need my band work one. All right, but yeah, I actually got on it last night. The air conditioning was out. It froze yesterday, and I could not sleep. It was so hot, too hot. So I was seeing all these sprites, the animated GIFs or whatever from Ultimate Street Fighter 4, and I was like, let me download this old ass game, and I downloaded it, man, and I had a blast. I was really, really having fun. So I think even more than Fortnite, it may be my thing to get on and play some Kung Fu Ultimate Street Fighter. Well, let me get back in here. I want to see this thing. History. Let me see, how many dang? 8. That's awesome. I'll just take a little bit of breath here. I am in a Google Classroom, by the way. Check this out. Right, so I've got an artificial bot. It's not a Google Classroom. It's a Google Meet right? And I've got an artificial participant so I can see what I'm delivering. So I can, and this is cool because I can look over, and my layout, I'm running a virtual camera, so when I look over I can see she is seeing this fully large on her screen. She's not seeing it because she's a AI bot, but she is the artificial class participant over there. Right, okay, so on top of that, let me put this down here. I got this new layout. I like to do a little bit of educational stuff. So I know I'm gonna go to Infinite Mirror here, but this is my new layout. I finally realized that I could have everything docked. I could have all my docks. So if you check the way these scroll and stuff like that, you can do it this way. I really like it. Okay, so docks, and see, I've got every single dock. Right. And I don't know, I might want to lock them, man. I like this layout. I really do. Okay, let me get this off over here. And I had my fingers wrong on the keyboard. You see, I hit fire and it was actually locked. It was F. That's what I mean. Yeah, just push, kill, and undercover. Man, why you have to live and stuff? Yeah, that's so rude, man. People doing that. Well, it's a thoughtfulness and consideration and gentlemanly of things, right? That's what we should have. Ah, what the hell? Ryan, you trying to pop me when I'm trying to pop you? That's so. So. Ryan climbing up the hill. He trying to go up in the world. That's what he doing. Ronaldo. That's a bot. Nope. Can I scratch my beard for God's sake? Nope. Bracket again? You have moved down a bracket. Oh, bracket your behind in a minute. What? Where's this guy? How you like them apples? And I didn't even have my dang overcharge on. Here you go, Ronaldo 2. It's gonna be Ronaldo 3 and 3D. My goodness, how long? I gotta read my dang comic book, and I'm sitting up here wasting time. Oh, now it's too late. Dang you! I spaced out. Searching every which way. Yes, I'm searching every which way. But like that northwest mountain. Ooh, let me get out of the way from you. Oh, yeah, that's what I want. Oh, a dang minigun. Shot in the back. Eliminated by God. God don't roll like that, fool. You're so sacrilegious. That's what you is. Violationalize my sentimentalities. Oh hell. Here's this guy fool again. How many miniguns do you got? I didn't know you had miniguns on every dang robot. I would love to. I hear this guy. Hey bud. I'm just trying to talk to you. I like to do that, but it's a quick way to burn through all your that's God behind me right there. I hear him. Aleclénico. Big old God over here. Come here, boy. I can't. Send me a thumbs up too, child. So back to the computer situation. My wall needs to be leveled. That's one thing. The bookshelf wall I built out there is tilted, and it really annoys me. And also the lighting, can't stand it. I want the light to be just right to make it really cool back there. And I mean, it's solid. The business, I mean, there's every inch is for the school, the business, the bookstore, the whole recycling. It's like what is my life going to be if I'm going to halt and change everything about how I live? What is it going to look like? I don't know, man, but I'm doing it, and I have gradually taken my wife, her thing is just, she need to work on her health conditions so she's not so exhausted, right? Because all she can do is just tear everything up and leave everything in the bin. Can't take out the garbage, can't, put food away or anything. So it's there needs to be nothing that she's struggling on except her health. Get some exercise and stuff. And that should be for me too. Man, I don't like to see a guy still alive after I unload close range missile rack right in your face. And you still there? Uh-oh. That's worrisome. That's what it is. It's worrisome. I get the feeling that you're out to get me. I can just like it. Ooh, I love that. Now, if I had just shot him, he would have fragmentationalized and the pieces would have flown over my shoulder. But I don't want to take that chance. You can do it. Man, you told me an MD gets a whole missile rack and that don't kill him. He's been ranked up, buddy. He is ranked up. But I mean, I've probably got, when you start talking about, so I'm going to set up every computer, right? Put all these computers back together. Oh, you annoy. A Lancer and a missile rack doesn't take it on. That's, phew. Oh man, getting on my last nerves. What? Oh hey, this fresh Benji. Can I have your autograph? The nerve of some people. Can you believe what he just did? You see that? I'm in trouble now. I was killed by another bot, shot in the back. That was really hilarious. This is a fun game. First place, you kidding me?
Little me. I just, people never cease to flabbergast me. Dang you. You just wait till I get my reload. And I put my overcharge on and I'm coming. Look out. This guy shoot me in the back. That's what you get for focusing on people. Oops. I need you to back up, boy. Get over here. I'm trying to change the subject, man. Oh yeah, you trying to get my attention? I'll be happy to. Oh. Do whatever it is I was gonna do. I was probably gonna unload on you. This Captain Pugwash. What you doing? I'm gonna unload my post can and see if I can kill somebody with these things. I cannot do it. Look at him, but this Ares, the new configuration, man, cannot survive. Not long. Eight seconds. Oh, I don't like that. Oh no, I'm in trouble now. Oh. Are you kidding me? Dang. Oh. What has you got? Okay. Man, I love you. Yeah, I do. Nice relaxing cubby hole rest period. Unbelievable, man. Game over. You don't need to aim, bro. Aim. A little bit better. Sacagawea. Oh, sorry. Oh, he's shooting at me. Here he comes. Oh no, here come on, game over. You're right, man. Game over. 23. Spin the big wheel. Let's see what we get. Who would want that? That's suspicious right there, man. Because see, I had recently got this, and I had changed the paint job on it, so it's irritationalism is what it is. But that's okay. You gambling when you're spinning that wheel, man. That's gambling. You don't have to take what comes. Should I be saving those things? I don't know. Oh, that reminds me. I don't know if you're still there. It's hard for me to say your name, JHKLRTHTAT. I need to go. Well, actually, what I need to do is burn through these dang deathmatch tickets. Lieutenant Dang. Why does that not surprise me? Kill him. Yeah, good. Flame Jackal? Get away, man. Don't you see I'm about to die? Man, I need some help. I should have enough power cords around here to plug in on my computers, but I don't. I don't seem to have them. Let me check my man, see if I see a JHK. Look at only one person. Weird. I need to clean all the. What is this guy doing in here? Hey, you ain't been on here for a week. You don't play this game anymore. Are you kidding me? And Untitled. I don't know, man. I really need to clean house. If these guys just flat don't get on at 7:30 in the morning, it's man, Sadia, what happened to her? I'm worried about her. Sadia. She my family. You know. I have adoptionalizationalized her. Four days ago. He had some good battles. I don't want to lose this guy yet. I don't like your name. So rude and stuff. And, 2. So I want to burn through these deathmatch tickets, and now I'm going to go back over to my other account and burn through all those deathmatch tickets over there, and then I will be done. I love free-for-all with lots of server outages, so I get lots of deathmatch tickets and compensatorialization lines. Everything behind my gift packs of things. All right. Wizard Clark. Is that Clark Howard? we meet. Did he die? I wonder. That's the one need to be killed. He's a menace. He's a menace. He's a menace. God. I'm near 80,000 damage. Man, these things aren't doing nothing. Look at that. It's just like, somebody else killed him. And I can't. This is totally ridiculous. That's alright. Well, might as well end the day like a wet donkey fart. That would be all right. Let's see. All right. Oh no! Wait. I want to see if I can put on this black secondary. I can. "16 control points. Should I probably go do that? Let's see. Four free-for-all deathmatch tickets. Wow.
But King Arthur discovereth that the table is not truly round, but slightly oval. So he abandoneth. Besides, he wanted to quit the game while still ahead. Then he turneth to violence in typical heroic posture. Typical heroic posture. Typical heroic posture. What is it, dear?
They didn't take me to work.
Well, dear, the baby.
She's away.
She doesn't want to go. Well,
Okay, that's fine.
yeah. Great. I'm not trying to be mean, dear. It's just hard on us. The baby usually cries, before it's over. To drive all the way to Lawrenceville. Then the first thing in the morning, that's not what she wants. She wants to be on game, man, Roblox. And eating. And not getting gas station food. Oh no, you should die. Oh no, nope.
$75 robot boy. Where is he? Oh. Oh, he's devastationalization lasers. A minigun? No, it's a carbine. Somebody had taken him down because he ain't got a surge. He's on a bastion now. That's a good word for the guy. Bastion. Bastion upside your head. For Viol's glorious deeds and victories, King Arthur decides to knighteth. And he raises his sword and brings it down to dub Viol knight. Unfortunately, he uses the edge of the sword instead of the flat. going my way. All right, child.
Daddy, the knock is there on her, the desk, like the retractable desk next to her bed. If it's not one.
One more Death Match ticket. I'm trying to burn him up. So he naileth, but it's not Prince Violence. He split the guy in half, man. Look at that. Oops. Ankle biter. That's a funny name. Sandal makeup. Ain't doing nothing. Lousy finish. That's all I can say, bro. And I'm not feeling the control points. I'm at 330. I'm gonna switch back over and get my free for all coin. Excuse me. Free for all deathmatch tickets, man, bro. Shoot. I gotta take a brief breather here. Let's see.
That pardon, that forgiveness, grew not from war's law. He said to Ali, Thou thy sword hadst raised to slay. 271. Why hast thou dropped it now, prolonged my forfeit day? What hast thou seen, surpassing prowess of my arm, that thus thou hast repented, left me free from harm? What made thee as calm the fury of thy breast, which as lightning gleamed, and straightway sank to rest? What didst thou see, that, by reflection on me cast, a spark has leapt to life in my despairing breast? 10. What was thy vision, far above the world of fact, then life far sweeter, once my life receives new pact? For bravery, God's lion art thou justly named. For kindness, I now know, thou art too little famed. For generosity, through it Moses cloud divine, from which poured forth the quails and manna, as from mine. The clouds rain weight. Man, then, by labor and by skill, reduces it to food, when finely ground a mill. But Moses' cloud, more generous far, with open hand, sent down in plenty food prepared, by God's command 15, for them who ate at Providence's table. Free, God's mercy was displayed. A banner all could see. For 40 years that daily bread, abounding grace, failed not. Fond expectations utmost stretch took place, but satisfaction followed not. The thankless crew demanded leeks and onions. As of old they knew 408, ye who are Ahmed's people, graced beyond compare, are promised spiritual blessings till last judgment's blare. Whoever says, at heart, my trust is in the Lord, 409, God's promise, him I'll feed, will find a faithful word 41,020. Without a twist except this promise, as is meet. You'll find it in your mouth as milk and honey sweet. To twist a term, and so deny gifts incidents, is to invent a cloak to change the word's true sense. To think th expressions wrong sad weakness shows of mind. Wisdom divines a kernel. Human reason, rind. Twist then thyself. Change not the sense of words divine. Conceive thy nose at fault. Chide not the sweet woodbine. O Ali, thou who mind and I entirely art, relate a little of the knowledge in thy heart 25, thy calmness is a sword that cleaves our minds in twain. The fountain of thy wisdom makes us whole again. 272, speak out. I know these mysteries are Jehovah's own. To kill without a sword's a power of God well known. He is creator, without limbs and without tools. The giver of all blessings, copious as seas pools. How many kinds of wine are sovereign by our souls, while eye and ear perceive not whence the wave that rolls? Pray tell us, Ali, falcon, soaring in heaven's heights, what didst thou see that instant, to forego thy rights. 30. Thy eyes had learned to catch seraphic visions gleam. Around thee, all unconscious are, as in a dream. Thou seest the moon, all brightly shining in the sky. We see but darkness, clouds above us seem to fly. Thou seest 3 moons together, shining bright, outspread, while 3 of us are scarcely sure one's overhead. All 3 have eyes and ears fixed on thee, in suspense, in keenest expectation. I'm stone of offense. 273. Is this a spell to witch the eyes? Is it the truth? To me thou art a wolf. I'm Joseph to thee. Sue 35. Though worlds there may be, 18,000 globes, and more. Not every eye has power to witness all their store. Disclose thy secret, Ali, God's own chosen one. 411. How many judges' errors were God's will alone? Pray tell me what, just now, has been revealed to thee. Or I'll disclose the vision I've been made to see. If thou the secret keep, I will declare its sense. Moon-like, on me thy knowledge shines, with light intense. But if the moon's bright disk break forth from 'neath the cloud, pour midnight travelers safely, then, pursue their road 40. They then are safe from error, risk no wandering vain. Protection of the moonlight shields from terror's chain. The mutely teaching promptings of the silvery moon, if couched in words, would homewards guide us doubly soon. Thou art the gate. The prophet, sign city is, 412. Thou art the ray that beams from lustrous sun of his. Then open, gate. Unfold thyself to those who seek. Let rite of science overgrow their minds, all meek. Stand open, gate. Thou portal of God's mercy sure. Thy court's the court of him, who hath no peer, secure. 41,345. True, every breath and atom's watching to get in. But if kept closed, who'd say there is a gate to win? Unless the keeper opened wide the portal's wing, no soul would dream an entry were an easy thing. E'en when the gate is opened, lo! Surprise is felt. Hope and desire are scared. Each suitor's heart must melt, as one who finds a treasure in a ruined maze, seeks evermore for ruins. Treasures are his craze. Unless a man receive a pearl from beggar's hand, he'll never venture pearls from beggars to demand 50. For years, should mere opinion wander up and down, it never will outpass the rent of its torn gown. Until a fragrance strike thy nostrils from above, thou'lt follow thy own nose, but never meet thy love. Thus spake that new converted warrior in surprise, expressing wonder, such as words may symbolize. Then added, oh, command, a faithful church thou Prince 414, 274, that is a babe a spirit new I may evince. The planet 7 o'er every unborn babe keep watch, each for a stated period, ere its birth's dispatch 55. When life's infused into the nascent atom's form, the sun takes charge, as watcher o'er the feeble worm. The babed life derives from soul's all-quickening rays, that radiant orbs the fount of life's all wondrous ways. The other planets help to modify its limbs. Each, when the sun has life infused, then onward climbs. What is the channel of connection with the sun, discovered in the womb by fetus ere it can run? Deep hidden from our senses, many an occult road leads to the sun in heaven, and needs nor whip, nor goad 60. One road, by which gold draws its nutriment from thence. Another, whence the ruby's color grows intense. A road, by which the garnet gathers igneous glow. A path, pursued by lightning to the horseshoe low. A channel, through which fruits their ripeness draw, select. A track, for which to flow, and senseless form inject. Declare, thou falcon, with thy glistening plumage, bright, our chief's companion, on his gauntlet sitting, light. Make known, thou phoenix hunting bird of prey, thou conqueror of foes, soul, clear of troops array 65, a nation in its millions, one sole man art thou. Speak! Speak! I cast myself upon thy mercy now. Instead of anger, what has moved thee to relent, to proffer to a foe forgiveness transcendent? To him made all ye answer, for the truth I fight. God's servant am I, slave I'm not to fleshly might. God's lion I've been named, not ravening wolf of lust. My actions are the proof my faith is in the just. God is the archer. I'm his bow. And arrow too. He is the scepter. I'm the weapon. Sword, bamboo 70, 275. Thou costedst not, when stones thou costedst in the fight. 415. God is a warrior mighty. I'm dust in his sight. Thought of myself I've banished, wholly, from my path. Save God, all else is naught I hold. A mower swat. I'm but a shadow. Shadow cast by Son of Truth. Doorkeeper am I. Veil, I'm not, too hot to soothe. I'm a sword. My truncheon sees union with God. In battle, life I give. I slay not whom's downtrod. Blood does not soil the blade I wield in righteous cause. Nor gusts of passion raise a craving for applause. 75. A straw am not. A mountain am I. Firm, stayed, fast. No whirlwind can remove me with its tearing blast. 'Tis sticks and straws, alone, are driven by the storm. Their nature is to move, to every breath conform. The gust of anger, breath of lust, and blast of greed, each agitates the man not anchored in truth's creed. Firm mountain am I, God, it is that firmness gives. Were I a straw, his whirlwind is the force that drives. A breath from God alone has power to move my soul. My love for God's a motive o'er me has control. 80. Their anger rules in kings. My anger is my slave. My wrath I've bridled. Bid it. Leave, it I must crave. My anger is stifled by reflection's strong embrace. God's wrath to me is a message of his pardoning grace. My roof's a ruin, true, but light pours through the rent. I'm dust, but from my soil flowers blow, and yield sweet scent. Just cause if I perceive, with foes when waging war, I make no scruple, but my sword from blood debar. For God's sake do I love, such is my fame with men. My hate's in truth so cause. I'm raging lion then. 85. My generosity springs all from love of God. For God's sake too, I'm parsimonious as clod. 276. I'm avarice, munificence, to one sole end. I'm God's in all things. To myself I ne'er attend. That which I do, for God's sake flows. Not from schedule. 'Tis not a guess, an inference. 'Tis sight's safe rule. I've no occasion to investigate, to seek. God's prompting's what I follow, docile, meek. Is soaring my vocation? Heaven's my opinion's goal. Do I revolve? My center's fixed in highest shoal. 90. If load I carry, I well know where this is due. I'm but a moon. A sun before me gives the cue. I've no desire for converse with material things. An ocean flows not from a meadow brook's scant springs. I frame discourse to suit the feeble minds of men. This system has no fault. It met our prophet's ken. I'm free from prejudice, except a free man's oath. Against one free man, crowds of slaves possess no truth. By law, in canon of Islam, the word of slaves no value has, as evidence. The chain depraves. 95. 10,000 slaves may witness bear in court of law. Their testimony weighs not in the scales one straw. The slave to passion bondsman is, in sight of God. He's lower than the captive neath taskmaster's rod. A slave may be enfranchised by his owner's word. Lust's victim, though freeborn, dies bound with strongest cord. The slave to passion cannot loose his heavy chain. God's mercy, special grace, can set him free again. He's fallen into a pit, unfathomed, bottomless. His own sin this. Compulsion 'tis not, fate, nor cess 100. Into a pit he's cast himself, for which my mind cannot imagine sounding line, its depth to find. It's useless to continue further in this strain. Not hearts alone, but rocks, may weep at folly's train. 277. If men's hearts break not, 'tis that they are harder still, through carelessness, preoccupation, sloth, ill will. They'll break and bleed one day, when tears will not avail. Be contrite, then, before repentance sighs must fail. since slavish testimony is not accepted there, his word alone is valid. Who from must is clear. 105. The Lord's commission one's a valid witness. C. Because, from all eternity, from slavery stain he's free. I too am free. Wrath cannot bind my soul with chains. God's attributes alone have power to rule my brains. Come in, thou. Grace of God hath set thy spirit free. A flint thou wert. Rich pearl henceforward shalt thou be. Through a pluck from blasphemy's vast thorny desert sands. A flowering shrub henceforth in faith's rich garden lands. Thou art become myself. I, thee. Beloved friend. Through it Ali. Cannot Ali slay? May heaven forfend. 110. Thy past transgression ranks as highest virtue's deed. In twinkling of an eye heaven's bounds thou mayst outspade. How blessed is the transgression pardoned of the Lord. The rose, from thorny stem, he calls forth at a word. Remember Umer's guilt, his murderous design. 416, against the prophet. This brought him to faith benign. Was it not to practice magic Pharaoh called his priests? The grace of God converted them to saints from beasts. Had they not been magicians, he not obstinate, they'd ne'er been made assemble. Truth excogitate. 115. How would they e'er have seen the staff, the miracles? Your sin proved your conversion, reprehensibles. 278. The Lord can far remove our state of deep despair, our sin can change to righteousness. Foulness to fair. God can our worst offenses purge away, make clean. Imputing virtue to us, spite of vices mean. For this is Satan chased away with igneous bolts. 417. His proud inflation bursts in twain, from envy's jolts. He strives to multiply the direful load of sin, that, under its dead weight, he man in hell may pin. 120. And when he finds unrighteousness as service told, his torment is redoubled, heartache 20-fold. Come in. A door I've opened for thy entrance, wide. Thou spoutest on me. I reply with favors tide. On him who injured me I benefits bestow. 418. My head I lay before the feet of friends, below. Thou mayst conceive what gifts I hold in store for them, my faithful servants. Treasures, thrones, and diadem. I'm such a man that whoso strives to shed my blood, forgiven is, and overwhelmed with favors flood. 125. The prophet quiet notice whispered to my slave, the day would come when he to take my life would crave. Me, also, he informed, through revelation's voice, that I should die, smote by hand of my own choice. That servant begged and prayed for instant death's release, so he'd be spared from sin so heinous, love's decease. But I replied, since 'tis decreed that by thy hand, my life be tanned, why should I seek a countermand? Before me prone he fell, this prayer he warmly made, hew me in twain. For love of God, let me persuade. 130. Pray save me from so vile, so villainous, a fate. Remorse forever as its prey will hold my hate. Again I firmly answered him, decidedly. 279. No counsel will avail. Pen's mark must needs apply. I bear no grudge against thee in my inmost soul. I hold thee not responsible for deeds so foul. Through it but the instrument, 'tis God that strikes the blow. How can I chide his instrument, his arrow's bow? He asked, why, then, this sentence sternly passed on me. My answer was, God knows the germ of his decree. 135. Should he find fault with what results from his resolve, from reprehension's self he can to heaven evolve. He hath the right to take exception to his deed. He's Lord of grace, but Lord of wrath, also. Take heed. He's Prince of all within the sphere of new events. He's arbiter of all, of kingdoms, as of tens. If he see fit to break the weapon of his will, the broken tool still hastens his word to fulfill. The mystery of his word, we abrogate, annul. 419. Remember, straight is followed by, we better cull. 420,140. Whatever law the Lord hath abrogated yet, is but a weed plucked up. A rose blooms where 'twas said. The night he promulgates. Day's work refrains from act. Consider. mind becomes like an organic fact. Again, night disappears. The light of day is spread, and nature shows its marvels. Reason wakes from dead. With darkness comes a sleep that locks our reason fast, but spirits know not darkness. Life's stream still goes past. Is it not that mind's refreshed in darkest hours of night? Its silenced his gives birth to every voice of light. 145. By contraries are contraries brought forth to view, from out of darkness was the light created new. The prophets' wars have brought about the peace that reigns. These tranquil latter days the fruits are of his pains. 280. How many heads lay low beneath that hero's blows, that peace might be enjoyed by faith's true yokefellows. 'Tis thus the gardener prunes away the surplus twigs, that fruitful boughs may prosper, yield their loads of figs. Sagacity roots out all weeds from cultured space. The orchard, thence, new vigor finds, and blooms apace. 150. A wise physician will extract a tooth decayed, to give relief from pain to his beloved maid. How much increase grows out of decreaser below? The martyr gains eternal life by death in show. Man, fed by bread, cuts down the harvest corn when ripe, partakes the blessing joyfully. 421. With drum and pipe. When brutes are slaughtered with due sense of wisdom's law, man's life is nurtured. Learning, science, vigor draw. If man be slaughtered, see what woes from thence arise. Compare the two. Their difference you'll recognize. 155. The vegetable world lives by God's sun and rain, God's care takes charge of it. His care is not in vain. The slaughtered beasts have food and drink as well as those. They die, because they've throats. Those have no life to lose. Withhold thy hand in season, man of little sense, that so thy food suffice. Thy life's thy recompense. Thou artest fruitless as the barren willow branch, because thy honors sacrifice their bread to scratch. If thy brute nature will not practice abstinence, administer the remedy. Bring it to sense. 160. 281. If thou wouldst cleanse thy garments, free them from all soil, despise not thou the bleacher, nor his useful toil. If greater food have fractured abstinence in thee, lay hold on him who fractures heals. From self get free. No sooner shall the fractured be by him fast bound, new union will take place, the broken part grows sound. If thou hadst made the fracture, it with thee invite, to make it whole again, the sundered bones unite. Thou canst not? Thence we see, the right is to break, who can unite the fractured limb, make strong whatever's weak. 165. Who knows to mend hath privilege a cloth to tear. Who knows to sell, to buy hath also learned, 'tis clear. He may disturb a house, and turn it upside down, who can arrange it better than the whole wide town. If God destroy one creature in his boundless might, by thousands he creates, and brings again to light. Had he not set a punishment for each offense, or had not said, lex talionis is life's fence. 422. Who'd had audacity, of his own will, to put to death the man who should another kill. 170. He knows each creature by his power endued with sight, and he's aware a slayer does but work his might. If his command be set on mortal's head to slay, albeit his own child, he must the word obey. Go! Stand in fear. Blame not too much the bad. No, thou art equally a slave with him who's mad. The eye of Adam fell upon the demon foul, him viewed with proud disdain, with haughty scowl. His self-esteem, his egotistic pride him drove, with smiles sarcastical, that cursed him to reprove. 175. 282. God's wrath was roused. He him addressed, Ho! Adam! Ho! Hast thou no insight into mysteries of woe? If I tear through sea off a hide from heels to head, a mountain I can also wrench from its firm stead. 100 atoms of their fig leaves I can strip. 1,000 demons into true believers whip. In terms contrite and meek was Adam's answer couched, Forgive, Lord God. I stand reproved. My faults avouched. Henceforth, I vow, I never will repeat such fault. Repentance I profess. Do thou forego assault. 180. O answerer of prayer. In mercy guide us right. Our knowledge is our riches, null is in thy sight. Lead not astray a heart enlightened by thy grace. 423. Turn from us every evil threatening to take place. 424. Reprieve our souls from judgment merited, severe. Repel us not from out the fold of saints, sincere. More bitter is there not than severance from thee. Without thy shelter, naught but anguish can we see. Our mind's accomplishments impede our heart's advance. Our flesh the deadly enemy that wrecks our soul's best chance. 185. Our hand, like robbers, seize on all our feet may earn. Unless thou prove our refuge, life's not worth concern. If we perchance escape with life from danger's snares, our fears and anguish make it prey to carking cares. Should not our souls in union be with thee, O Lord, eternal tears our eyes will blind, and mad discord. A way shouldst thou not open, lost must be our souls. Without thy presence, life is death. All smiles are skulls. 283. Shouldst thou find fault with service rendered unto thee, thy chattings merited, no doubt. As all may see. 190. If thou be discontented with the sun and moon, or if thou call the cypress hunchback, macaroon, or if thou say the skies and spheres are all too low, or find the mines, the seas, a paltry puppet show, all this, compared with thy perfections, is the truth. Thine is the kingdom, thine the power to mend all ruth. Thou art removed from danger, as from nullity. To non-existences thou givest being. Why? He who makes all things grow, can make them wither too. For he can all repair, as he can ruin. 195. Each autumn, vegetation dwindles by his will. Again 'tis he calls forth the flowers in dale, on hill. His voice is heard, come forth, ye withered ones, anew. Once more put on your beauty, charm each mortal's view. Narcissus' eye was blinded. Lo! Its twinkle seen. The reed, that down was mowed, becomes sweet music's queen. We're but creatures. To create we have no power. Our weakness we confess. Contentment's our best hour. We're things of flesh. The flesh to vanity unites. Unless thou call us, we become rebellious sprites. 200. From Satan we escape, because thou's paid a price, and bought our souls, to set us free from vice. Thou art the guide of all who live upon the earth. Without a staff and guide, what is a blind man worth? Besides thee, all that's goodly, all that shocks or sends, is fatal unto man, consuming fire intends. If any seek the fire, to make thereof a shield, Imogen he becomes, of Zoroaster's yield. 284. Albanian Lexels. Besides the Lord is vain, and of no worth. The mercies of our God, a bounteous rain, poured forth. 205. Now turn again to alien his destined foe. His great forbearance contemplate. This wretch's woe. He made remark, my murderers before my eyes, all day and night. No anger towards him in me lies. Death is to me as sweet as life, as my own self. My death and resurrection, two sides of one shelf. A deathless death's a welcome change to loving heart. A lifeless life has been its present counterpart. Death to appearance, life is, in the main, externally a loss. Intrinsically, gain. 210. Within its mother's womb a child's lot is to roam. It has to blossom in the world, as ocean's foam. I have a wish, a longing, towards the world of doom. But God forbids, cast not your lives away, in gloom. 425. Albanian Lex. Prohibitions but a bar from what is loved. No prohibitions needed from a thing reproved. A grain with bitter kernel, still more bitter rind, full prohibition carries in itself, we find. The fruit of death is sauvery, in my esteem. Nay more. This slain do live a blessed text must seem. 426,215. Then slay me, O my trusty friends, without reproach. My death is life
What was
eternal. Let it, then,
The Candy Girls.
approach. In death I'll find
How'd
my
that
love.
get there?
My dearest friends, adieu. How long shall I be barred from darling interview? Unless our separation be from one we mourn, why should we say, forsooth, to him we shall return? 427. 'Tis only he returns, who comes back to his home. Our true returns from severance to union's dome.
Returns from severance to Union's Dome. Wow. Awesome. That's a frozen. This is the greatest thing when your temperature is really, really hot. Is take a bottle of water, loosen the cap a little bit so air can escape, and put it in the freezer and freeze it till it's rock solid, and then put it, in your back cushion. Feels great. Love it, man. Feels even better now that I'm not driving to Lawrenceville through all the traffic and stuff like that. All right, so why am I here? I'm here because 11 free-for-all deathmatch tickets. It's a bonanza. Gone Capybara? Yeah, song. That's my favorite song. Just let me relax. Dun, dun, dun. Hey man, how you doing? Appreciate ya. It's a fearsome name. I'm in your cup. What does that mean? I'm in your cup. Why does it say I got 1 kill? I thought I had 2. Stupid. Ah! Shoot down, man. I'm killing the squad drop guy. Oh, so this is a squad drop. He just wants to kill everybody. As much as possible. I'm in your cup, still thinking about me. Sweetie. Mwah. He one-shotted me. How come I don't have that kind of firepower? Hmm? Kidding me? God capybara didn't even get on board. Sasquatch? What? EM rifle. Oh, you're mad? I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to kill me. What do you want me to do? Lay down and die? Dream on it. Oh, here comes Naruto and he's pissed. Alright, so. Go check out. Good. Here he coming out. No. Bozo. Yeah. I'm sorry, Naruto. Oh! That's so spiteful. Stuff. Oh well. 3 squat rockets. A minigun. And a $75 dang Surge. I ain't got $75, man. I'm sorry. That's okay. Kill me. Just go ahead. Kill me. Actually, oh, my achievements. Oh, by the way, yeah. My Amnesty Human Rights Report bot reading laptop was down this morning. And during the intermission, I found another power supply, plugged it in, now it's working fine. So I repaired a computer this morning. Nice. Get ready. Turkey. Are you the God Slayer? The God Jabbers? Oh, sorry. God Slayer. I guess I wasn't God. I had to slay somebody else. Yes. He's God Slayer again. Come on. Thank you. Jeez. Dingbat. I like that name. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. La, 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 la. What the hell am I even doing here? So much for a God Slayer. Oh. here comes Ultimate. And she would not look at me until I have a fence. You know, if I get hit by you once, it would be over.
Look at you, all your dang fancy gear. And mother-loving, side-tipping equipment. But what do we fish have? Nothing. Nothing but shattered nerves and fish hooks.
Ouch. Come on, Mini Blitz. Can you give me a break around here for a second? Come on. Come on. And Rochambeau wants to shoot me in the back when I'm trying to take out Mini Blitz. Well, good for you, Rochambeau. Shot in the back by a 12 knife. Oh, yeah. Got him too. Good. Keep you on your toes. That's what I'm talking about. Where is he? Fearsome territories? No. I want to get another tune that'll get me in the mood better. Well, actually, you know what I should do is I should look at replay buffer. Oh, hey, the dark shadowy figure. I was in free for all deathmatch. I wonder when was this? Where's my time thing? It tells me what time it is. You still there, dark shadowy figure? I don't know why it's not showing the time thing. Let's see. Wow, I popped myself back up. Okay, what am I even doing? Okay, I'm looking at the replay buffer. I'm looking at this thing. What? Corn facts, help. Corn facts. Please don't kill me. Oh, sorry, Professor Dad. I'm sorry. A helix, right? Turkey. Turkey. What's that? What do I think the best weapon for the Guardian is? I have never used the Guardian. I guess when you hit people and they can't hit you back with that crash the computer thing that the Guardian does, then it would be a good time with a very powerful close quarters weapon and a close quarters pilot. But see, I'm just not that. You know, like I said, I have to focus on. I run the support max, and I don't even know them very well. But, oh. It's Fat Albert. That was good. Flibbert Gibbet. If you want to stand there in my stasis beam, you can. It's alright. Somebody need to kill him. Wait. Carnita. Qué chido. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'm just guessing though, but I was thinking for a Guardian close quarters with a close quarter damage increasing pilot, because that thing is just like, what is it, 40 meters or something like that. But I don't actually know what counts as. I guess you have to have a close quarters weapon flat out that you only get it. It only calculates that if you. or using a particular weapon set. Let's see. Thank you, Finger Smack. You know, I've been playing for so many hours, and I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and considerations of helping me get my points. That was bad. He had that hyperbolic, bosostic, stroboscopic. That's what he had. No, that was a good clean. Vampire clone to take. I see. You see that he's got the ones that make that blue tracks. I don't know if that is an EM rifle or what. I'm not sure I know what that is. But I see a lot of people with those. But look at that guy. He's got a day. Also, think about a missile rack. Because you're sort of in a better position to use a missile rack if you can stop the enemy. You're standing right in front of them. The cheat. That was a character on Homestar Runner. Happily, Vio hath caught sight of the shy maiden Alada, and pursueth. Finally he cornereth and asketh her why she hath runneth away all the time. And as if his hairy chest bristling through his battle-torn garments had given her the answer, she whippeth out a scissor. Oh man, we're already in battle. I'm in a comic book. sees the wild look she gives his chest, shrinks to defend the single hair that groweth thereon. But he is not quick enough. Now Alana stands back smiling and says, "You see, Prince Violent, the reason I always ranneth when you pursueth was, I always thought you were a woman with that page boy bob you wore. And now I see you're a man. It kisseth. Our story endeth." Good. Fearsome territories. Please don't kill me. Please. Here comes Gorp. Tell me he's the kill leader. Oh, he's coming to get me. Blaze up, kill me, Gorp. The world according to Gorp. Toasty? Hey, Toasty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Extra rare. Six. Oh no, it's proper. I hope you don't come up here. Oh. Ouch. What is this? The wolf, the lobo. See, I'm wasting time, man, and proper done killed him. Kudo Wojo #1. Literature department. We've always wanted to compare a book and a movie, and the book and the movie made from it. The first part of this feature will be a typical book. Every time I try to get a good night's sleep, my wife pulls the covers off of me. Wow. Let's see. No. What's coming, Mom? Weasel. Dang it. I don't want it. Couldn't wait around, could you? I guess I could go pick on this guy. Annoy him. He's way over there. He spawned way over there. Chicken! Buck, buck. This is unbelievable. What has this guy got? Super powered. you doing, sweetie? Is that your tea or chocolate? How you doing, sweetie? You want to talk to me? Daddy's in battle. I'll be out in just a second. Let's see. 12 seconds. Good. A lot of tournament tickets. And let's see. Okay, yeah, so I'm overtime. I'm going to go ahead and stop.